Well, I can see everyone's as excited as I am. Alright, hey everyone. Sai, good to see you. How's the job been? Volt, good to see you. How you doing tonight? Welcome. Oh, we're finally here. Froze your computers so they had to force restart. Damn. Kaito, holy shit. Did you click that hard on the stream leak? Damn. No, not for nothing, right off the bat. Game, there you are. This might have my favorite title theme in the series. Start a new semester on Monday. Ah, shit. Welcome back to school, I guess. Rest in peace, any free time you had. You'll probably do fine, though. I love this soundtrack already, I can tell. When I started doing these games last November, this game coming out in the stateside stuff, in the West, was a pipe dream. Hell, I think Kaito, Sai, and I talked about it at the end of fucking Investigations 2, I think? But we're finally fucking here. The start of the duology until new games come out. How's the game's audio balance sound, by the way? Actually, one thing I should note, I did take a look in the special contents already because I had a feeling there was going to be costume changes. I'll be real, if I'm going to use any of these, it's going to be this one because this looks rad as hell. But I'm probably, at least for the first game, going to stick just with any default outfits. Ooh, I didn't go to this menu. Oh, I like this song already. But we got a different game to focus on. Investigations 2 is, not Investigations 2. Second game is a bit out.
After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Seems fine to you, but you're on mobile since computer's still restarting.
The revolution washed over the land.
We'll see how it
making
goes.
life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh no, they're dead. J.K. Simmons?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Well, I guess we're defending ourselves for the first case. English? That's yeah. Ooh, I like that song. Oh, this soundtrack's gonna fucking blow my ass out of the goddamn wall. Whoa, that's harsh. That is a lot less gentle than the typewriter sounds in the later games. That's that was gunfire for a second there. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? What? No, nothing. Peter backing up. Whoa, God, Jesus. So I'm using the DualSense to play this, despite that being Xbox buttons on the bottom. I didn't expect the controller to vibrate. I'm not used to that because I usually play on emulators. No gentle, only violence. Yeah. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Holy shit, this guy's so badass, he generates his own air current. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I was too busy looking at something else real quick. What? Is there a log button? I missed that line. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. There's a log somewhere. Presses every button on the controller. Oh dear. Well. T. Ah. He's not obliged to such abuse, and who are you? Okay. There's not a button for that on the controller? That's fucking weird. Oh, it is Y. Square button. Technicalities! Look at you, we haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Never done you again. Oh, Sai, we've missed you. We've really missed you. Though, I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it. Did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. You know, I'm only just realizing it says X history on the bottom. Y, X, and square are all the same button. I was expecting to read the word log, not history. Certified best friend. He's a dead man walking, isn't he? Oh no. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Cosmo. Truly. 3 days ago. Yeah, that's when all this started. We were on a gentle little dinner date. Congratulations, Cosmo. Looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Cosmo's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing. Oh, that's why I have to cross the ocean to see some real thing. To see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. If it's still the British Empire, this has to take place in like... When did that properly fall apart? Like 1840s-ish? Then come with me. We'd have a wild time turning up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Although I guess it technically was still the Empire during the Victorian era. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not even a day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. His silly headband reminds me of Edgy Apollo, which is why I'm scared for his fate already. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh my god. This dude looks wrong. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this guy? Nailed it. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. Oh, I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yeah, thanks, Kazuma. So... are judges in this series just genetically manufactured to be bald old men with beards? Because I'm getting that feeling. This is awkward. If I may. Yeah, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yeah, that's right. My name's Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic science at Yuma University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? We're a government. It's what we do. The administration's chosen from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. Certified best friend! Exactly. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll all soon understand, once proceedings get underway. Ah? But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what'll the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the court moments. His mouth actually moves! It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. I have to be. Of course, it's the defendant. The final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point for anyone advocating the likes of you anyway. This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of setting up Rod are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Adjudicator. Holy shit, they're going for yieldy. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh god, I'm stressed out. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Kudajature? Was that what my brain was about to say? Fucking right, Hex? It's so fucking loud. Really, is the game, like, audio balance wise, am I audible over the game? And better yet, should I turn that game down? Actually, wait, I could probably fucking... Please tell me. Fuck. Why do they not have sliders? Why is it just on and off? The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in this land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. You can hear me just fine over the game. Alright, good. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's sick looking. I can't give him the usual judge voice. He's too cool. damn it! The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Why is he that genetic? As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. The normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's gonna defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do?
I will marry the man, Your Honor.
Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
Yes!
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that... I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What?! Yo, Citrix! How you doing tonight? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. I think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Whoa! Well, that was more animation than I'm used to for that. It's nice to watch a stream of this game where someone can pronounce the Japanese names. I've watched too much anime. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. His name is Ouchie. Oh. How's he gonna hurt himself? Wait a minute, that's just another way of saying pain. Fuck! I've been around, Citrix. Just not playing as attorney.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Oh god, I'm not used to hearing the voice clips in that high quality. Ugh. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? I'm gonna have to deal with honorifics, oh boy. Yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Now, I realize you're in charge now, but still. Try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
Alright, I'll bite. What's that character mean on his fan? As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. Oh, is it literally just his name? So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes? Can I listed before the court the name of the victim in this case? Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of the right bumper. If you ever find yourself forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press RB for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people with the right bumper again, so that's profiles for this time. You'll find the details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Guilty, alright. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record, so let's take a look. Death occurred. Okay, gonna have to press the button that used to be me, no longer... That's gonna take some getting used to. The confirm button is now the no button that I was using on the 3DS. John H. Wilson, male, British. November 19th, 2 p.m. Single bullets. Pectoral ballistic trauma. So right in the chest? So it's still in his body. He's 51? Holy shit, that makes him one of the oldest fucking characters in the series! Doesn't that make him almost as old as fucking Von Karma? Oh, he's definitely meant to look like John Watson. Especially with the name John H. In fact, you know what? Now I'm curious. John Watson, middle name. Hamish? Yeah. Yeah, that's meant to be Watson. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Kaito. I have 2.5 water bottles, a giant thing of tea, and some alcohol with me tonight. So we're ready. Juan Johnson. Oh, they should have named him that, but I guess... No. Actually, no, that's the best thing they could do, really. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. Then press Y to present. Try it now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. I hope Mega Man gets another game soon, too. With that said, for anyone who plays gacha games, the Mega Man X Dive is out of beta on Android, so now you can play it proper. I already have a really good Black Zero S rank. I'm not spending a goddamn penny on it, though, because I already spend enough money on certain other gacha games that will remain nameless. Although I suppose I should say I'm not going to be spending any more until next year on that one. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Do we have an exact year this takes place in? Because when were Britain and Japan direct allies like that? I guess it would have been around this point, because this is like Meiji into like Restoration era, maybe. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Umake University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Oh no, they're spelling words the British English way? No! Redundant use. Gonna let Kaito answer the questions you don't know well enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's around Meiji. That's like, I think early to mid Victorian. But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for the crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government means to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. God, the animations are already so good. You can answer questions about Calabi or Gavin. And we love you for it. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. Partner. You know, I don't have much of an accent, but you can hear one every now and then in the strangest of words. Like, I definitely just said pardner instead of partner. Yeah, that fucking mocap's already built different. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't remember his name, but still... I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. Oh my god, I love Ryunosuke already. He's an adorable idiot. Yeah, the transition's fucking phenomenal. Part of me's always gonna miss the popping a little bit because of nostalgia for the GBA DS games. As well as sometimes it made the jokes land better. At least I'm assuming it did, but we'll see how it goes. And introduce myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How does Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence, but how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. This is a threat.
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, your imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. If only he'd been rude and not been at the scene of the crime. Oh, I see. So as long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powdered explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. That photo took 8 hours to render because it's old cameras. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
I definitely thought he was just about to T-pose for no reason.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ah, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikitoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his aura in, hasn't he? Maybe, but... Gen Z Pain just T-poses on Phoenix. I think dark rooms like that didn't exist until, like... want to say, like, the 30s or 20s? When cameras became more handheld for certain, if this is the 1800s, cameras were much larger, almost always needed a fucking tripod, and sometimes needed extraordinarily long exposures to get any kind of image at all. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. I'll leave you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. Hosonaga, rather. That's an A, not an O. I'm the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. I'm dying. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants in Occidental.
Occidental or no? It's Occidental, right?
Eatery 3 days ago.
How to tell this isn't the current, the up-to-date court system in the later games. The other trials will be over by this point. Jesus. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory a bit too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
His voice is that high-pitched and fucking whiny? Action! Fucking sounded like SAO abridged Kirito.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But... the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ah.
If I may confirm 1 point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today?
Yes, without question.
Yeah, I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
He is the best Kirito. He really is.
No. There was no one else around at the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh?
Wait, what did he just say?
There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Inosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting. But still, what should I do? Okay, oh god, there's a separate save menu, okay. I have a feeling I'm supposed to object here. But at the same time, I haven't gotten the prompt to do a cross-examination.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for the court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. In fact, give me a second. Damn it, I can't see the left side of the table. Also, what the fuck, a magnifying glass? Well, that's handy. But I'm sure of what I saw. Well, Sanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Alright, so 6 Orbinauts from Sonic the Hedgehog slowly started occupying the room. Let me see. A sketch of an establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. How can you tell from that? Well, you're clearly... Sliding into the old judge voice. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. He didn't plan for this, so there's already a problem. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Hey, cough into the crook of your elbow, man. God, you lived through 2020, you get sick of seeing this shit.
So, the court has now heard a
Precis?
advocates.
I'm just gonna keep doing that, aren't I? Yep, that's next. I'm very impressed with the level of detail that they actually, like, showed the rogue bristles on every brushstroke. Holy shit. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant.
He is getting his hand all bloody. What the hell, man?
The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
So there was more than one person.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean?
Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence?
You can't be fucking serious.
Everybody keeps telling me this trial's unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikatoba's said it, and so was the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you.
And yet, despite knowing that,
You're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Damn, I thought we were homies, man.
what?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses.
He did the thing!
Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
Indeed. Fuck. I am really used to going into this voice after that.
Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with proceedings, not proceed with continuings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
I now need to draw... Ouchie. I guess I could just do one of the panes. In the I can be your angle or your devil pose.
Ah. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses...
Plural?
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
That's just fucking... That's J. Jonah Jameson!
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Yes, sir, no, sir. Okay. It's like, what's the pun there?
I sell fine blind employees that prepare fine articles of antiquity from an efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rosite, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Korekyuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take here the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
How do you think I feel? I feel like I'm trying to run out of breath. Just throwing my voice. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have had an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. Sir, it was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms. The fuck was that sound effect? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost certain I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. There was definitely a baby in there. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yeah, I heard a baby in there somewhere. Right there. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by for ready to report, sir. I'll make him eat his damn lemons. Unsavory memories of a most disturbing afternoon. Your vernacular is quite intense, old man. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded furious precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I hate that sound effect. What the fuck? He has a knife. Watch out, Nosa. He's armed. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. The times we live in, where an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Yunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Uh-oh. Stream. Calm down. You're fine. My kilobytes just shat themselves. Blades in the courtroom? I repeat, blades in the courtroom? True, Kazuma does have a katana. When I finished up, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and just as I was picking it up... Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony in court has just to eliminate any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the trial.
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this?
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How do you know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma's so commanding.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said what the soldier said had to be a lie. Well, yeah, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is in the evidence. Right, evidence. All I need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Is the dear me supposed... Oh no, I guess it would be an ara, wouldn't it? Oh god.
Yara.
Damn, Kaito, you just got fucking slapped. All right then, it's all or nothing. I don't like how high def that fucking profile picture is, Jesus. All right. Alright, now the big question is, if I go backwards... Alright, so it does do that. I'm actually curious about something. I'm only going to have it like this, depending on how it works for the next thing. If this allows me to skip through the dialogue in cross-examinations, I will use it. Scenario setup. No real thing I could lead off of. This goes against what the waiter said, more or less, but he probably came out afterwards. Wait a sec. From the... Nope.
Yes!
He's such a university student. He's waiting for someone to call on him for raising his hand.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Other than some photographic print in my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. But there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Yesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet?
Because...
Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that's the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
So I heard the baby. Hey, how you doing, Lob? How you doing tonight?
Welcome.
What?
How was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and he pushed it down again. Certainly, there was a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Dosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were...
Look how happy the kid is.
firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
Now, I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Yeah. Ah!
I got an achievement for that. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
Ah, they said the thing!
But I definitely saw him. You're tired and in charge of watching your friend's cat? That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? My sins have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoyerokobon, my prize coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest to my shop roster. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I offered my Hoy treasure. Oh god, that voice is gonna fuck my throat up for something fierce. Whoa, Jesus! Mortis! How you doing tonight? How'd your stream go? But with that said, we've had a raid. You know what that means? It's time to hit the alarms.
Oh, hey guys, what's going on down here?
about that just due to how OBS works. But I hear this song in my head every time at the end there. Because I've played the game too much that it's from. And drawing, you were doing like Naruto OC stuff, right? When I clicked last on, you were fucking doing some mini motorways. How'd that all go? Yeah, 42069. It's been that way since the start. Motorway's bad. Oh, did the game start being super annoying? Oh, that sucks. Still, welcome. I hope that all went well outside of motorways being bad.
Believe that he would produce such a find, I do not. But I was presented with little alternative. And that, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
Yeah, his ears quivering freaks me out. Alright, so the baby probably took and or ate the thing. The Koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
Is Doc Brown in here?
Huh?
Doc Brown in here?
That is a very kind of Doc Brown voice, isn't it?
I'm gonna wake you up at like quarter of 11.
10 to 11 sometime there, yeah. Have a good night. Oh, right, I didn't turn the sound back on. Whoops. Oh, that's me accidentally clicking that button. I always have to turn the sound off for my raid video. Just so I don't have the sound playing over. So yeah, welcome. Immediately blaming the look. Going through all these games in a year straight, you start to notice consistencies and silliness. You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but heeded it I not. For I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious holy Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he'll find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it'll become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. He will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko Glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something, or someone peeking over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative.
The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido. Attention! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
I love this character. Whoa. Why did my screen just go black? Hello? Hello? My laptop screen just went black and I progressed onwards? Huh? Huh? Am I still streaming? What? So my screen faded out. Like it went to full screen something, but it never came back. I'm just gonna quickly close my laptop and open it back up to see if that fixes it. I'm sorry if the stream cuts out for a moment here. Aha, that worked. Like, genuinely, I can actually probably show you what that looked like to me. Fucker was like... Alright, where did I do that? The fucker was like... Actually, no, it's not gonna work like that. Shit, where do I get that? Is it this thing? Yeah, here's what happened. That's all I saw. The entire screen. Zuh? Also, I'm just realizing, is the game bigger now? What the fuck is happening? Stream dies, you incite anarchy. No anarchy allowed. By that I mean all of the anarchy allowed. Alright, now that we're poised, we can actually see what's happening.
Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. His putting his gun at the horrid man who was that young lad in black. How much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
These testimonies are certainly, intriguing. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. And you must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, you'll respect the rules of the record and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Actually, hold on. I need to take a screenshot of this real quick for someone. All right, there we go. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident.
The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Man, I'm doing some fucking frame droppage, huh? Pupper walk time, gonna need your power van probably. Alright. Let the pupper walk commence. Take good care out there. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Cythera.
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the accident. As can plainly be seen, there was only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
Ah. This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem we'll be able to.
That's not the right voice.
It would seem we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Sorry, an honor.
Shut. No, don't pronounce everything like a Brit. Don't do it, Kyle. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
What? If what you say is true, then there's something else. Then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Certified best friend to the rescue. It's definitely not the same thing, but I'll let that slide for now. I technically was. There's no problem there. We know that's not true, but we don't know why yet. And that leads into that last thing. I don't really have evidence to present that would work on any of this. So this is probably a situation where I have to do my first press.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you've been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear.
Whoa! What the fuck? Yeah, why is the text black? Zuh? Wait, I know what's causing that. So that, I think, is being caused by the chroma key thing that I used to do the invisibility thing a moment ago. So if I just delete that, that might fix it.
Oh, tonight's a comedy of errors already. Have I betrayed you? I may have accidentally, yes. Look, OBS is fun, but sometimes if you forget to take certain things off, things don't work.
And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ah. If only even more people dining there at the time, that somebody else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner. In any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eaten at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hotta Clinic? Yes, there did indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple.
Dog's going crazy.
The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Rinosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
Yeah, I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. How dare they be human? Am I fucking right?
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Also, Hotta Clinic. Is that a riff on the fucking Hottie Clinic from the earlier games? I swear to God, if an ancestor of that fucker shows up, I'm gonna be scared. I'm just gonna keep hitting the wrong button on that for a while. I can't even look at it yet. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san.
Excellent work, Rinosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't say that brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Yeah, I was figuring I had to do this. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the evidence in question. Use the entirety of the right stick to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the left stick, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. Something apparently I've been told I'm gonna have to do a lot in this game, like it's the Resident Evil remake, because they hide key information despite it being obvious. See if there's anything new that could be learned from examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the right, left stick, and A to examine the areas of the evidence that looks suspicious. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I love these dialogue portraits. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. And it's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine it. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Oh. They changed the katakana on the report to read Wilson rather than Watson. That's a nice detail. It seems like so far the localization crew went really all in on this. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. Then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. All while you're at your lowest ebb. I mean, I guess maybe the Japanese medical system was like that back when. Nowadays, it's more of a commentary on the United States healthcare system. Help us, we're burning. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is... it's bitter medicine indeed. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so, just before the incident. He'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas? That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or water besides water. No food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Meaning that wasn't his order of food. We just proved someone else was at the scene. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. I really wish they had this system in the earlier games where you could just see the dialogue portraits. It's minor, but it adds a lot of personality. It would be this one, because we know he wouldn't be dining by himself then.
Yes!
360p, please. Yeah. Need protein after that procedure. Well, I think, How do you iterate like I have a liar? I'm missing a fourth of my tooth. I wish I could, but first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your right hand straight up like that so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. And thanks for the advice. Korakutsu-san, this is a medical report belonging to the victim. Oh, I see, and I don't say what of it, boy. Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Okay, smooth animation still make the punchlines land. Something doesn't clearly add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But, let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's,
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korakutsu-san,
What?
as you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m. Tree branches assaulted you. Oh, I don't know. The victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yeah, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in the fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me. It's the third party. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Saitera. Obviously, it can only have been someone who else was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You'll not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. That's me hitting the wrong button. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we'll lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma? Yeah, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses up in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Oh my god, it finally comes up. It just took 2 whole trilogies and a duology for it finally to come up in a case 1. Oh my god. He does have anxiety. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, that's the main thing. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korikuta-san? No. You were just following orders. Oh, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, your pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who is behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with a considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Speaking of which, is there anything I can examine in better detail now? Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. But I like the spike design. It's totally also not partially the series logo. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up with cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. My personal student number is engraved in the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I must forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. I love you so much already. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Spiky badge, spiky hair. Ryunosuke's hair isn't quite spiky yet. I can see a little bit of one starting to come out on either end. But he's like baby Phoenix. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman that you say saw was there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh, yeah, what of it? No one would use the complicated characters to write kitchen, especially if they're not in a hurry. I mean, you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. It's the cops. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see what it, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yeah, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. Each generation gets one more spike. Yeah. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau? Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I know about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency. I'm trying to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Satoru Hosonaga. He is 29. That is not a 67-year-old. That is at least a 74-year-old. I see. Even in Meiji-era Japan, Ace Attorney characters still do not look quite their age. In fact, if anything, Eugen's probably the closest.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter cannot possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you.
If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What, if he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth.
The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great attention to detail, but I'm not sure that we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said, the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's what the telling detail is.
Boy, I need you to calm down. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? Well, they were leaning into me probably, like, they were prompting me to look at the evidence. So I was like, all right, I'll look at the evidence. Plus, I wanted to look at some of the evidence, namely, I think the photos, or was it, maybe even his business card, when the examination prompt wasn't there yet, and I hadn't done that yet. Oh, it doesn't let them, you check the court record on that screen? Oh, boy. You know what I just realized? Bar in the center. Jesus! Virus, thanks for the sub with Prime Gaming. How you doing, fam? You know what I just realized? These things here in the back, bar in the center, look like the inspector's badge, the attorney's badges in the future. I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, a witness is there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention what you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? How you doing tonight, Virus?
Well...
Inspector Hosonaga. Man, it's weird seeing this many character models on screen. The Genshin phone from Prime? The first or the second bundle? Because with the second bundle, I don't really need it. I'm assuming Austin would rather have it. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. And you made a meme and it already has a like on TikTok. Yes, you are now an influencer. Congratulations, Cythera.
Yeah, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
He has his own prime? Oh, shit. I mean, hey, I wouldn't say no to more Primogems. Slash other things, I guess. You made it, Mal. Congratulations, Cythera. There's a snake in my boot. Thank you. I will use this later. I just saw the fucking image you DM'd me the other day again with Yoimiya. Oh, that's fucking phenomenal. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We've just heard new information from the two witnesses besides you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Would you believe me if I said no? Correct, Your Excellency. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Cythera. Again. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Who just got shot? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported this incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. I guess Giselle? It's not the usual spelling I see for that, but oh well. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
Wowie, it's up to the judge to judge. I know, right? What a concept!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Yeah.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. Also, so far, I gotta fucking say, this game's character design is going the fuck off.
But that means you're going against the special orders you were given by the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. I'm going to laugh if because of this fucking perfectionism thing. He's either an ancestor of Edgeworth or Von Karma. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Oh, God. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Doing a Dogeza, but standing up, feels weird. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. You know, I half expected to come into this game. God, that's only the end of part 1 and we're 2 hours in. Fuck. Man, you guys weren't lying about this case being long for a first case. Oh, that's a fucking good save theme. Well, here's the thing, Hex. He might already have kids. He's in his 30s, I think, from memory. Like, that would have been the end of most first cases right there, barring maybe... The first case in Spirit of Justice was kind of long. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the whole time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Looks at the sequel existing, and that there's at least 3 other cases in this game. Oh, child. Anyway, looks like we're exposed to Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jezebel? No, Miss Giselle, Brad. Not Jezebel. Actually, wait, how old was he again? I already forget. 29, yeah, he could have a kid. A student from Great Britain, is she? And that's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yeah, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun laying on the floor, and after I bent down and picked it up, kablam. I didn't have any time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking about the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what was happening outside in the dining area. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yeah, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid— oh, shit. Press the button a little too early. Yeah, I would do that too, Kaito. Like, hey, dude, I think you dropped something. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. It makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's just that. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then. Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I'm sorry, frames dropping. Are you okay? I've dropped 10% of my frames tonight. That's unusual. Actually, let me check something. Okay, so what I just did, I booted up Task Manager. I'm gonna move it up here. So I should move it down here. Because, Kaito, you mentioned that one thing that people were messing around with was caused by CPU issues, potentially. I'm gonna keep my eye on that CPU performance tag. If that, like, branches up a lot, I'm gonna have to ask you to send me that thing that you were talking about. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, as well as a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. And I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way inside of the courtroom once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them.
Kazuma.
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you.
As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming for you, that means a lot.
If I'm found guilty in this trial,
He's really going to give up his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course.
the court hereby resumes the trial for Yunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Archie, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. They're against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution's now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
Lychee! How you doing, man? Imagine streaming 2021, I know, right? How you doing tonight? It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation, founders? Founders? Feels like it's supposed to be flounders or something. Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses.
Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Yeah, just shut up, you jump up, rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. In steady political maneuvering, missing an E there, is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here right here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Yeah.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, This trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
I need to take an edit of his face just face desking and explode it. You've talked to her for 5 seconds probably before this, and you're already being a suck-up. I see it's genetic, at least.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea? Somebody bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hasunaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at the La Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. I have dropped fucking 50,000 frames tonight. What is with the frames tonight? I have dropped 50,000. I usually drop about 500. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the only one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Chicken scratch.
Right, English. Forgot about that part. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
Okay, we're dealing with another interpreter. It's been a fucking hot minute since we did one of these. Frames? What the fuck?
The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Newman University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat for her to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Now I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Cosmo. Her English doesn't rally you at all, does it? Nor are you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. So here's the thing. I'm looking at the CPU as it happens. It doesn't spike obtusely. Like, it's averaging 56 right now. That's just because I'm streaming and I have the game open. It's all on one computer. Laptop, obviously. But I could probably stand to close Clip Studio Paint. Why is that open? Control S. So now that that's closed, we are averaging still 56-ish CPU. When the frames start dying, it jumps up to 69 to 70-ish era. It's not memory itself. The disk is having no problem. Same with the network. Either it's Twitch, it's OBS, or it's a combination of all these things in specific. Kaito, after stream, DM me that thing, that fix you were talking about for stuff, please. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Yeah, you could DM it now, and I'll apply that between streams.
She says yes.
This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese?
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say, yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime? The very moment the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Uh-oh. Order. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court exactly the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you've described. There was one frame of that fucking gavel slamming down. Jesus. I'm sorry, guys. What the fuck is happening? But yet it caught every single frame of Cosma being badass. Oh no, there it goes.
I had arranged to meet a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right between my eyes. Right before my eyes, rather.
If it'll only take a minute. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna be right the fuck back. I'm gonna Actually, wait. I can just do it midstream, probably, even. I'll finish the testimony. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Testimony finished.
Yes!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Rinosuke. Drag and drop into the installation folder, so as long as you have x64 Visual Studio. If I have the game installed, I think I have that. Just gonna head over to intermission. Bop, 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 bop. That's not my intermission song. Alright, Steam. Browse local files. Save the file, that downloads. Open the folder. It's like just into the Steam apps folder. Ah, there is. Very good, very good. Just in case. I might have this installed already, but in case I'll just do a redundancy thing. I agree, blah blah blah. Install it! Same folder where the Greatest Attorney EXE is. Alright, so that's the folder I have up. Okay then. Thank you, thank you. Guess in the meanwhile, I'll take a look at Twitter while that installs. How's chat doing? Are frames still dying now that we're on this screen, or are they relatively consistent? 'Cause now that the game's not up, we can actively test if it is the game. Installation. You must restart your computer before you can run the software. Well, I don't need to run it. It just needs to be accessible, I think. Alright, files placed in. Let's take a look. The shitty internet and 160p, you honestly can't tell if the frames were good or not. They were bad. Like I said, I have dropped 64,925 frames. The percentage is getting lower now, which makes me think it is related to the game, but only something in the past like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Alright, so I'll be able to tell if it works by looking in the options, I believe. That's definitely more, whoa, than what I had before. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to pick all that up. Alright. We're back in. The game is like 3 pixels shorter than it was before, apparently. The fuck? G. I found those pixels. Alright. Here's hoping that's the end of that problem. I'm keeping my fucking eye on you, frames dropped. Because to be frank, you're being a problem. So if that had to happen, I'm glad it was here. And the first stream, rather than this happening later on. Wait, are the frames still dying? Please say no. These look relatively consistent now. Mind you, we are just looking at him blink. Alright, let's fucking go then. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Whoa, that's faster. Oh, that's right, there was a thing for like 60 FPS and there wasn't there. That's weird, seeing a Phoenix game run at 60.
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Look at this snow-white angel. Now I'm sure that even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the character's gonna believe.
You know what? I'll keep it like this until next stream. I'll probably... The 60 probably won't harm anything, except some animation is just going to look weird, so I might go into the INI and change that over to 30. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ah, but he's so annoying! Now, of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies to the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. That's 3,000 more frames than we're missing before. And there they go, rising up, rising up, rising up, rising up, rising up. Ugh. Yeah, the headband fucking smooth now. As you can see, there's nothing about her, but there's no one on her person she could conceal a firearm, except in the goose. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Bro. No. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. Isn't my internet? It could very well be that. Oh, didn't mean to do that. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Can't you use... Oh, I don't know. The rifling marks? You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I'll be frank, I'm watching this right now. This is unwatchable. I'm sorry, guys. What the fuck is happening with this game? Assuming it's not my internet dying, which I am looking at the OBS feed. And whenever it drops down, it does, the kilobytes a second that are being transmitted do fall. So it could be the internet. But what the fuck? I think what I'll end up doing is I'll finish this testimony off, and then I'll just end off for the night early. Because assuming this isn't a thing where I just have to restart my computer, or it's just maybe a weird thing on my internet tonight, I don't feel comfortable doing it. Like, what is this even sounding like? Is the audio at least consistent? I'd arranged to meet for... what the fuck were we trying to prove here again? My CPU... is noticeably lower. It's now at the 30s. So that patch fixed 20% of CPU usage. Holy shit. So at this point, my memory usage is actually higher than the CPU. It is either my internet or the game. Audio's consistent. At least that's good. So at least when I fucking bring this VOD over to YouTube, the audio will be good. Cause fucking, I don't locally record because I don't have the space for every single VOD I do with how often I stream. I just export the VODs of games I care about over to YouTube and then forget to edit the VODs and everything for there. Yeah, the PC port seems a little, Why beefsteak?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And well, that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hana Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so. So, yes. She'd heard that the press was able to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Ow, my fucking foot. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the Toast Diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? That has fingerprints, so that's useful. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
Oh, Ryunosuke, no. Fingerprints, my boy. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Because he's a prosecutor. Plain and simple. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to... Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? I can really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. What do I got in any of the evidence? There's only a single glass. Hello.
Yes!
But why? That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photograph print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct, the lady says.
Well, that is... it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is this about the print that looks odd to you? Well, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make to the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me that you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Well, now I'm faced with the thing of I can't give her just an English accent because that'll make her sound no different than a third of the characters I do anyway. So shall I do French? Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Yeah, the glance over is fucking killing me every time. Who can blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd! No, really. So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think, henceforth, we can consider this matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance here, it's... probably the handbag itself, because where is it? Where could it be? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let's see, a little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit, I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Which would be perfectly possible to conceal, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. Let the hydration flow, thank you, Kaito. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aoshi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the Landy's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Do you have a fucking, like, mark on his wrist? Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are the height of the fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping me prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh, God, my back. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print has just submitted to court appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Inosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean... this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, the history of going to a study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of turning this trial around? You heard the judge? There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we couldn't ascertain or something. Wrong button. Oh, come on. Can I not do that for photos? It's only for the actual evidence? Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time, after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all... Oh, hi. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter. And I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on a case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There's no way, there can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution's becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yeah, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph that just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You'll identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you've alluded.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, this has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he did note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea whether the victim suffered this burn, do we? There's no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of the burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you any longer. I'm quite certain His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn mark has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yeah, you're right. I am? But what could it be? Oh! It's the plate. You turn around the chair, that would be about the right place for it. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open once again. They've been cooperating the past couple minutes. Okay, if they have, I'll probably keep going. I'm noticing in terms of like the phrasing they're using in English, it is very dated English phrasings.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
That's not your voice at all. Oh god, I'm losing my brain. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to this case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court.
Yes!
What's this, counsel? And yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the burn victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate?
Oh! Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival.
Ah.
This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah.
Inosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before that, and most likely happened some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aoshi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, and I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, why not a waiter?
I take both very seriously.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. I'm looking at the frames. They haven't moved in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna keep going to the 2 o'clock hour like I usually do, but I'm keeping my eye on that shit. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aoshi?
Yeah, well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think he was already dead? Can it really be true? Never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness.
Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. It's absolutely right, Your Excellency.
You don't know that for certain because we don't do autopsies here. We do fucking postmortems.
This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. He clearly has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon.
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Cythera. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, then we must now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this plot twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Alright, random question for you guys. I got candy in my room because at work, I last week impulse bought a sale of 4 for $5 of candy. I only had 10, so I have 8 boxes. Well, had. I'm down to 3, I think. What should I have? Milk Duds, Sour Patch Kids, or Mini Charleston Chews? I like them all. I have preferences, but I want you to decide which I'll eat after I finish stream. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? That's 2 for 1 Sour Patch Kids. I guess I'm eating the Sour Patch Kids.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help.
She speaks Japanese?
Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all.
But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Bitch? Damn. This might be the first Ace Attorney game to have outright racism in it like that. Well, I guess technically Spirit of Justice. Unless I'm forgetting something else.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
There's more where that came from. Uh-oh. Well, that means either we're gonna have more English assholes, or based on the fact that Herlock Sholmes exist, I'm going to England, and I'm gonna face some bullshit.
Oh, well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Take that, gamers. Have some realism. I mean, hey, I appreciate it. And the fact of they're being true to the era without throwing around slurs randomly and needlessly so far. I doubt they will, but I know games that try to do this type of historical thing where they do that. I'm looking at the Red Dead games and L.A. Noire. Though L.A. Noire only throws around a couple, but it's still like, ugh. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. I have some water gonna pass out now. Alright. Thank you for the hydration, Cythera. Have a good sleep. Good luck at school if it starts before the next stream.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. We love you, Sai. When the waiter brought up my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Poison? Especially in this era of fucking forensics?
But of course, this country's inferior to investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Poison, he could have died from internal medical stuff, although he doesn't seem to have any history of it, like he could have had a seizure or something like that. I doubt the first case in this game would have a thing where it's just no one's guilty, though. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you.
Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk at the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I was speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice. May that irritating little believer student be given the harshest punishment possible. Our man.
Ah, it's always with the fucking Catholics. I guess it's more just Christianity in general throughout the history of Europe. Catholics got the worst part for a while, especially in the US. At least out of the racism towards people of other denominations. Outside of, you know, Jewish people being murdered. Really? The bottom line is, white people historically fucked up. And if any of you listen to the Dollop, like I do, podcast by Dave Anthony and Gareth Reynolds, about fucking weird things in American history and also some just pure fucked up stuff, that's a running through line in Earth's history. Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Kessler, this will be our final cross-examination in this trial. You failed to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony. I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Inosuke is a smart boy. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. This direct attack feels like something I might be able to press up on.
Yes!
Inferior. What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found in the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate it once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The carnival's open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
What the fuck?
It doesn't even occur to your naive tongues to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful as I can about this. Please understand. Killer blow. This lady's as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He actually admitted... He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is probably seeing some sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Mr. Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Inosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us with it. Fucking find a dent in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yeah, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe? Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior, blah blah blah. Because there's a deliberate moment when that speech bubble shows up. This must be this game's new mechanic.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. This time, it's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all have to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the A button. If you can catch the person just at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so position with the marker across from the D-pad and focus on the detective, then pursue him with A, and see what's on his mind. Alright. I was wondering why they were having multiple witnesses on the stand thus far.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really is lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looks like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Huh?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes.
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well,
Yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved with flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's presuming evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. And this is where I will perceive... Nah, that's not a mechanic here. At least I doubt it is. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his... fervor. Let's take a look at that bottle. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Cosmo? Well, I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yeah, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Miss Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Let's have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Ah, no, you're right. I don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Shit's poisoned! Which means, if there is stuff in there, we have a way to prove it. What is this, the bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison.
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? That face, to me, screams a lot of things, detective. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? I love Kazuma. Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and was able to slip poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you! I just got the pun on her name! Wasn't Giselle the name of the Swan Princess?
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
Yeah. As, if I may.
Shut up!
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady?
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. Offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still have investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, whether it contained poison or not.
Of course.
You did?
Huh. Well, now I'm curious if I'm remembering that correct. If the Swan Princess's name is Giselle. Because I'm thinking I might be wrong. No, at least in the animated thing, it was Odette. Damn it. Fuck. Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. This country, important note there. She's not from here. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No, no!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure! This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, by whom his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. Yeah, what about the goddamn glass? Check that for... Well, no, if they didn't find any poisons that are from this country, and I'm right, because they're both from England, John and Giselle. So it could be a poison that's only known or local to Britain. I don't know any of those at the top of my head, because I'm not a fucking chemist, but I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Just before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to this court at this point?
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Inosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Who? Oh, her! Yeah, that's right. The professor did tell her to go get something, didn't he?
Please wait. Isn't
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Give me a second on something. I'm checking something. Because I've noticed every time they say the word defense, they use the C spelling, which most people nowadays use the S spelling. When did the C spelling fall out of use in comparison? Oh, it's British English. Fuck. Damn it, it's just Brits. It's all Brits, always was. That deserves a Sour Patch Kid from me just being like, God damn it. I thought I had like a good, oh man, maybe we can get a good actual date on this depending on when it fell out of use, but fuck. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hands, she carried a small package wrapped up in futoshiki cloth. Now, we're progressing through this at a good pace. My brain wants to say I probably would have been able to finish this case tonight if it weren't for the fucking weird issues earlier. But even then, long first case is long. If you hear plastic being fiddled with, I'm trying to open the Sour Patch Kids because I want one right now. But I'm being resorts to stabbing the bag and dragging it with my toothpick. Alright, what color are we going to get just by... Yeah, I got a red one! Oh yeah. That's the good shit. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is this sudden ingress in my courtroom?
Yeah, a judicial assistant, and a woman no less.
Fuck you!
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded.
5 minutes? I will not allow a moment more.
Your Excellency!
You're old-fashioned, even for my tastes, fuckboy.
I'm most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, just simply accept this for now.
What is it, a report about something written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yeah, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. That's a pretty fucking poisonous substance. But I think only if it gets into the
bloodstream, if I'm recalling what that poison is from fucking watching way too many cop shows over the years. Could you imagine, just out of nowhere, they pull out a fucking Princess Bride reference? Iocane powder. Curare, what's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trans person from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think this could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer.
Well, hold on. Let me look at this. And press the right button this time. Poison made from dark certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate prey. Instant paralysis and subsequent death in minute doses. Through a wound?
Alright, so I am thinking of the right poison. Then how would it have killed him? Could have application as an anesthetic.
One second, Your Honor. I have to read.
Ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution's made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing to add, Your Honor. Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance.
Yeah, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace with their presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long till tea time, so I'll politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems it wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency.
Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean, you simply wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
God, this soundtrack is kick-ass. I can't wait till I get to the fucking cornered theme. Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. Seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
Lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utterly trumpery.
To start with, if the victim had administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man has lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapsed on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation seems extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady!
Yeah, it's one fucking hell of a way to go. I forget what show I saw that used in over the years, but it was something. Actually, it may have been one of the Sherlock episodes now that I think about it. Like, that sounds like something they would have used in the fucking... The fuck was the name of the guy who did the 11th Doctor seasons, 11th and 12th Doctor seasons of Doctor Who? Moffat. It sounds like something Moffat would use. And honestly, it sounds like something fucking Arthur Conan Doyle would have used, period. In his writings, I should note. Arthur Conan Doyle wasn't a serial killer as far as we're aware.
So this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling's mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Attention!
Doctor Who's good stuff. With some on and off seasons. Like, I love, I can't remember the actor's name right now. That's playing her right now. But I love her as the character, and I love that cast. With that said, episode, like, mainline plot scripts weren't really there. Subplot scripts did really well in her first season. But they kind of upped the main antes in the second season for her, and it was really good. But I didn't watch the New Year's special yet from 8 months ago. It is a big-time commitment, because even if you start with just the stuff that's, like, recent, that's still, at this point, 16 years of TV on and off. Roughly, I'd say, 9 seasons of TV? Yeah, Doctor Who's still going. The next season is apparently the last one for the current Doctor. Who's... why can't I remember the fucking actress's name? She's the mother from Broadchurch. But it's going to be her last season. And, no, 3 seasons is about the average for the last couple. And with no sign of ending anytime soon, period. Keep in mind, Doctor Who's... Yeah, Doctor Who's been going on and off for like 60 years at this point. Getting close, at least. The biggest break was when they canceled it after the 6th Doctor, only with a brief break for a 7th Doctor. Wait, no, after the 7th Doctor, then they made a movie that is just the 8th Doctor. The 8th Doctor is just a movie and some books and audio dramas. And comic books, I believe. 9th Doctor in 2005 was the proper revival.
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a second?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? I think we're about to see why not.
Don't get too big for your boots if you're insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish court romantics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. Time for the games to end. Cheers!
Wait, what are you doing? Okay, so to me this screams, if that's the glass from the scene, the glass that was in her bag was the actual thing. Wait, no, she's not wounded.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair.
And this is where someone makes a fan edit where she just explodes.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You look all quite stunned.
So, no curare. But how did he die from it? Oh, wait a minute, he had a tooth pulled. He had a fucking open wound right in his mouth. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying?
You all look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Miss Brett. How many streamers you've watched who seem to glance through a wound part?
I should like to be excused now, please. I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Inside his head. Fuck. This doesn't make sense.
There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she...
How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale?
I'm just built different.
I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if it's nothing else, this fun little Far Eastern charade.
I'll make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water. It has poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that body could contain any poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I've been taking... Now, you see, this is where you could have done the Princess Bride reference. I forget the exact quote that Wesley says. I've built up a immunity to arcane powder, or something like that. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite up here one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert its claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water? Her own guide.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
You haven't seen Princess Bride? Kaito, there's not many movies that I'd say are must-sees in life, because everyone has objective likes and dislikes and all that. Princess Bride might genuinely be the only perfect comedy. Or at least the closest to it. I recommend, especially if you want to see young Fred Savage at his Fred Savagiest in 3 scenes. That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't even speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel's trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. It will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the allegation, the alleged answer to the riddle? It would have to be special characteristics. Volt gets it. Volt gets it. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they would shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Goodness gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When the curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you can make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... rapscallion? Did the mask grow wider? Is she meant to look like a certain Devilman character like that? Time to change colors? Because... Well, Rinosuke, turns out... You're even a better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Yeah, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how possibly you could... So the ill-bred puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw. Because even your brain has managed to deduce curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that the effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus? Success? Succus, I like the sound of succus. Oh, yeah, well, of course. Gas trick suckers. What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah, that's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order. Order in the court. Order. Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you can understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Real talk, how close are we to the end of the thing? Oh, she said the thing! I don't think so, Mr. Zalebrand. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, the poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
The medical report! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference.
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? The inside? Yeah, like one you might have if you had just been to a dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Yeah. Oh. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I'd like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. No, no, no! I had a feeling this was gonna happen eventually. I could stop this. I could stop this right now, but I'm too shocked to do it. Well, you see, when you leave a vital evidence lying around, you'll never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. So realistically, this would be an admission of guilt in most other scenarios, right? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And it's Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet on my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it'll soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you want, little boy. But I'm afraid we never know now, will we? If there was really poison in that bottle. Or not.
You... Let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Is that right, counsel for the prosecution? No, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic present, I presume, dear lady? That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using curare. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime... Oh, shit. In order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged around the find on the floor and shot him with your own hidden gun. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Yeah, exactly. Then just as we don't support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We've had her! But now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! Ryunosuke, yeah? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head. Told me before that your powers of observation were one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yeah, that's true, but I didn't manage to get... I'm seeing that frames drop number rise all of a sudden. Oh no, it stopped. But I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan in her head. So think back again. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt? Every color. Red gets black pictured at this. Oh my god, it's the inverse Godo. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in this vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Alright, if I decide to just go to the end of this trial, how much longer do you think that would take? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. What the fuck kind of word is that? Huh? Aye. Anxiety, huh? Alrighty. It's been nagging at me for a while. It certainly feels amiss in my memories of that day. Probably another hour. Oh, fuck. Really? This feels like it's like the last 10 minutes, but okay, fuck. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving to the truth about all this. One more cross-examination, but it's a long one. Alright, I'll point out the blood and I'll end there then. It's here somewhere. There's a clue that shows who the real Dr. Wilson's killer must have been. That's not steak juice.
Take that!
It's people juice. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes. What is it? Ah, he's still miles away, probably thinking about the bottle being smashed. My flawless investigation. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if you perhaps took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Attention!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with it? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photograph print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it?
Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the victim.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite from the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to just believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Is every fucking character fucking voice in this game? Holy shit. Well, Volt, we're literally about to end off, so don't worry too much. Have a good night. Thanks for coming by.
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took its meat and all, and I don't care they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now.
Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir.
I took all of the evidence, all of it.
Probably in his house. I think that's going to be a good place to end off. Because we're focusing on a new piece of evidence, we're going to be looking at a new path and all that. That works pretty well. So, I want to thank y'all for coming by. Sorry again for the fucking frame losses. I'd like to note the current number is currently at 97,356, which is about 10% of the stream. God damn. Next stream is going to be, today is Thursday, so Saturday night, where hopefully, in case today was mostly an internet issue, it'll be resolved. I'll be continuing on in this, finishing the first case, and definitely not finishing the second one. Are they all that long? Because if they are, fear. Alright, so I'm looking at who to raid. So my question is for you guys. Do you want to go see someone who's playing FF14? Or do you guys want to go watch... Oh, fucking... They're watching those videos from, I think, Kiwami, Japan. Of someone just making knives out of things. Because those are the two people I'm looking at right now. Videos of sharp things or FF14. Critically acclaimed MMORPG. In particular, it is apparently a crafting gathering stream, which means it's a bunch of relaxing bullshit. Yeah, knives. Particularly, this is a gelatin knife by the looks. I remember this video. I think this is Kiwami, Japan. Based off that, I'm assuming knives is taking the preference. But in that case, we're going to be rating Spec again. Send some love her way. She's real nice. And I'll see you guys Saturday night. Something, something, something Yakuza 0 reference. Have a great night. Take care. And I'll see you guys then. I'm excited as hell to go through this, but I'm fearful for the technical problems. And how sad it's going to make me. Later.